How we doing, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Getting Jilly. I'm Will, and today we're doing a little bit more painting. This time it is with Paleoamericans. So this again is another game sent to us by a donator in a previous Extra Life. Figured I need to get these done, get these out of the way, because unfortunately we are not doing the incentive this year to have us paint your minis, but doesn't mean we won't do it in the future. I was debating last night jokingly. I was like, well, I could do a paint your minis by a 2-year-old pledge, which kind of fits with Children's Miracle Network, right? But we are raising money for Children's Miracle Network this year. If you are interested, the link is in the chat. The link is down in the details below. And instead, we're calling our collection. So there will be games that will be showing up throughout the year that we're calling out of our collection that you will have a chance to get by, well, donating to Children's Miracle Network and Extra Life. And that's it. We'll go ahead and flip over, and I'll I don't know what I'm doing tonight. I really don't. Like I had plans, I had ideas, and I don't know if I'm going to be doing any of them. So I've got two sets here. So I've got my set and the set that was sent to me in no particular order. I want to do two different things. So what I did was I actually did not realize these were painted. So I tossed these in just to clean them up, and all the paint came off of these as well. So what they originally look like are that. So now I got to figure out what I want to do. So I'm thinking I might make them similar to the art in the cards, right? So in the cards, they're actually stone and they have like a little bit of like paint on them. So each one's a little bit different. The only thing that might be what I do with these, so I'll need to get these gray and then dry brush them up. Mine I did, or the set of mine that I've got, I did try to dry brush them, but the dry brush really didn't like stick. So I'm thinking I'm probably going to Nuln Oil, because I've also got all of the other bits. Of course, the person who made the donation, they didn't send me all the other bits, but I have all the other bits too. So I'm thinking I'll put a wash on them, and then maybe I'll dry brush them a second time with the same color that I did the initial dry brush, because then they'll be slightly darker, and see how that turns out. I'll probably do that real quick on one of each color. So that way I can kind of see how the Nuln Oil, because the Nuln Oil is going to have to dry. So maybe I do that first, knock all that out, and then knock these guys out, make them gray. And that's why I did these as gray. But now I've got a conundrum. So this one is gray. This one is the regular color. I dry brushed it, and I'm like, okay, I dry brushed it, which actually doesn't look half bad. I could just put a Nuln Oil on this as well, but I'm not sure if that's what I want. I don't know, like, because here's the thing. For me, it's more of an OCD thing. Is if these minis are going to be painted, then I kind of want all the bits to be painted too. It's an OCD thing. So that's that. The one other thing to show you, let me find the same person. All right. Is of course I did wash the minis, and when you wash them, it did actually take off the wash that was already on them, the sun drop, the whatever you want to call it, right? The coloring wash that they put onto it. It did take a couple takes, a toothbrush. This was over 24 hours, and you can still, there's still a little bit in some spots, but I'm not going to change this. I'm going to do the same paint job on both. The only difference is this one still has a wash, this one doesn't. We'll see how they come out, kind of as an experiment. I like to experiment on certain games just to see if I can do new things. And so that's where I've got a conundrum with this, is I'm thinking instead of, I'm going to use speed paints, but I'm wondering if on this, if instead I just want to use regular acrylics, paint the roof the original color, and then just paint this brown, and then of course the bottom will be white. That's my conundrum. So I don't know what to do here. I do have a bone white, so I could do these in bone white. And then I guess I could use a little bit of speed paint to do, because there's a fire here and a little fire there. So I don't know what I want to do with these yet. All right. All that rambling out of the way. Let me get these things gray first. So let's go ahead and get those knocked out and gray. So this is going to probably take at least two dry brushings to get it up to where I'd want it to be, because I didn't get an intermediate gray. I do have white, so I could technically make an intermediate gray. And then of course we are doing this without without a, I'm not going to put it on there. I'm just basically going to hold it, which is probably not the best way to handle this. Yeah, I don't have my wet palette, so we're going just normal. Put a little bit of water in there, mix it up, and see what happens. Yeah, so there's actually somebody, State of Play is a channel that I watch, and he actually just did maybe I do it in 2 parts. We'll just do the front first, and we'll have to do the back next. State of Play just did a video about, I always talk about priming, right? And the fact that priming isn't really needed. And he kind of did a nice little expose that kind of was showing that priming was only invented because of Games Workshop, at least in the manner that we think about priming today. And that's because before they had primer in cans, they just called it base coating or undercoating. And they told you to use your regular paints. They didn't tell you to go buy primer. Priming metal minis has always been a thing. And I've mentioned that before. And like I said, if you want a good thing about how primer reacts chemically and bonding, Goobertown's a good source because, again, I think his background's in chemistry before he started doing YouTube content. So it was kind of an interesting watch because it's kind of saying the same thing. It's like, do you really need to prime? And he wasn't saying don't put down a good base coat. He was basically saying, do you need to buy a rattle can primer or something that's specifically called primer? Or can you just get away with, any good base coat, right? Not a layering paint, but a paint that has good coverage as a base coat. And one problem with dry brushing, and what I'm doing right here, is it will make your hands a mess. So, wear gloves if you don't like that. My hands were a mess earlier. I have taken a shower, so now they are not a mess. And now I'm making a mess again. So I'm hoping to get this done pretty quick. We're going to the zoo tomorrow. Got to get up early so I can drive to the zoo. All right, so who did I start with? I did not put these in any reasonable order for me to remember. Oh, his ear's broken. Oh, it makes it more authentic that it's a stone. Okay. But it was a good thing I did prep, and the reason I prepped, and it was actually kind of a good thing I did because I think it took me over an hour to dry brush those, and that's why I'm kind of disappointed with those. It took me over an hour to dry brush them, and I don't see the dry brushing at all. And I didn't want to go straight white. Like, I could have gone straight white, but I just didn't want to do that. I think I did these guys next. I think I did the bison. I should have put them in an order so I knew where to go next. So this is just, I forget what it was, ash gray, just standard ash gray. Normally what I would do in this situation, right, they would be primed. And then I would do the ash gray usually over top of that. And then I've got a lighter gray. I'll usually do that light gray over top of that. And then I would do a final white, like the pure white over top of that. So the first couple ones are more a thicker dry brush. And then the last ones are just a very light, the white's just very light, just on the very edges. So you don't get down in the crevices. That is the bear. So another thing is the bear and the tiger look very similar. And it was kind of weird. Like, I don't know if you saw, I don't know if I showed them each individually. I can't remember now. It's only been like 5 minutes. I can't remember. But they actually were different colors. So like when the paint came off of them, I figured, okay, they're all going to be like down to the same white color. But they were slightly stained, I guess, because of the paint. So, okay, that makes sense. But, like, even two of the exact same minis were stained differently. It's kind of weird. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint both sets up, and then I'm basically going to let the extra life donor choose which one he wants. That means I got to make sure that, you know, I like both of them enough to be willing to get rid of, give up one or the other. All right. So we will let, I was going to say, we let you guys dry, but you need a little bit more paint. So I may need to touch these up, but let's let them dry a little bit. Stop rolling to your back. All right. So let's go ahead and let me do a wash on, I think I want to do a wash on the tokens, test that. I don't think I want to test it on everything, because honestly, if it doesn't look good on those tokens, it's not going to look good on anything, right? So how do I do this to not, because I got to put wash on them. So I have this lid. This is my my pack that I use for priming, so that might get a little bit hard. That's fine. All right, so we're gonna do, yeah, let's do each of the tiles. So there's, yeah, 4 plus the gray, right? And then we're just gonna do good old null. I mean, I could do a lot of different shades. I mean, I got heavy tone, strong tone, sepia, black. I think I'm just going to go null oil. But yeah, I was debating, did I want to do white for the dry brush? I think that might sharpen it up too much, right? And it'd be too high of a contrast. You know, those buffalo just keep rolling over. But like I said, I did the gray with the white, and when I did it, like when I first did it, like you could see like the white, like it was really prominent. But now even on these, like it's kind of mellowed out. Now again, I don't have dry brushed versions, so I can't say, you know, maybe there is a significant difference. I just can't see it anymore. All right. Yeah, still don't know what I want to do with the second copy of huts. All right, let's see what we can do. Make sure that gets down inside all the little crevices. Let go of my finger. Let go of my finger. Anyway, we'll let this dry, and I'll see if I like it just with the Nolan oil, or if I'm gonna need to highlight, or if I want to highlight first and then try the Nolan oil again. Don't want too much in there because then it's gonna take forever to dry. The other option is to highlight up with its original color. So I found some paints that are close in terms of what the original color was. So I don't know if maybe I do that instead. All right. So we will set you guys, I guess, just up here to dry. And we'll see what happens. Definitely close the Nolan oil. Open that too far. There's a weird little thing on the back of this. Not sure what it's supposed to do. I guess keep it from opening too far. Okay. So still debating on the huts. So let's go ahead and start working on the different. I don't know what these are called. Again, I've not played this, so this is actually gonna be nice. I'm gonna get this painted and played. I think it's got a solo mode. Yes, 1 to 4 players. So it does have a solo mode, so I can bring it to the channel. Unless Ozzy wants. All right, I guess he's on top. Now here's the only problem. All of them are very monochromatic, so I'm not sure how good these guys are even going to look painted. There's not many images on BGG of people painting them. But yeah, they're very monochromatic. I mean, it makes sense, right? All they had were the furs they got, and there's only so many furs. We technically can start with the mammoth, because he's just tan. Yeah, let's start with the mammoths. So again, we have one mammoth that is still has the original coat on it. So again, that's gonna cause a little bit darker. And then the one that I put into, I don't even know what the name of the stuff is. Hang on. So it's called Fresquito, and it's in a black bottle. Got it from Walmart. It's a cleaner and degreaser, right? And I think it probably is the same as like your LA Totally Awesome and your Purple Power and all those other ones. I just poured it inside of a Tupperware container, tossed everything in, and then about every, I think first I checked about 2 hours and scrubbed, and a little bit was coming off. I was like, all right. So then I let it sit for like 12 hours and then scrubbed. Still was coming off. It wasn't eating the plastic. That's a key reason why you want to go and check on it, is you want to make sure it's not eating the plastic. And it wasn't eating the plastic. But yeah, it just basically did that. And I think this was, I think I did 24 hours total. The mammoth came the cleanest. Some of the other ones had a couple extra bits in it. Advertisement. There we go. That's what I wanted. I want a picture of the mammoth. So he's just brown. All right. So hardened leather. Do I want him that brown? Fire orange. Sand golem's more of a red. Oh, red. And then Crusader skin. No, that's well skinned. Yeah, let's go with hardened leather. Oh, I forgot I had peach pastel last night. So peach pastel is actually, I got this, and or the pastel salmon. It actually works as a pretty good flesh tone as well. All right. So this should be, again, pretty easy because it's just this. And then we'll need pallid bone for, well, his bones. It does have toenails too, though. But I don't know if I'm going to worry about getting that detailed. Now, I am going to do something, and I probably won't do it during the stream. I do have some leftover snow effect from some, we did some DIY houses for Christmas. Some of they're like little wood houses you build and put together. I did that for like a Christmas village instead of, well, spending lots and lots of money on a real Christmas village. Ooh. Again, one of the bad things about speed paints is, like I said, with regular paints, it just clogs and turns into like this little sticky thing on the top, and you can just pop like a glue thing. You can just pull the glue thing off. Speed paints, for whatever reason, get this weird stringiness to them. So then it's like that, because it doesn't harden the same way that acrylic paints do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think we're gonna need a lot, but we're gonna put. So again, I'm trying this. I've been trying it. I can't say that it did or didn't help me last night, but I do put the Speed Paint Medium 2.0 in it. This does dilute it a little bit, so I don't think I'm going to do 12 drops of this. I'm probably only going to do half, like 6. But my hope is that it helps prevent the reactivation of the Speed Paint 1.0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. This is not exact science. This is not an exact science. All right. Yeah, we need you and you. We'll keep you out. All right, and I do want to go to a bigger brush to not, at least for him, I want to go to a bigger brush. So where is my, there it is. I think this is it. This is the Game Master. I can't remember if one of them was specifically a speed paint brush. This one, whatever it is, it's worn, the words are worn off. That's fine. I'll use the Game Master. All right. All right, let's see. Yeah, I was wondering how the speed paints were going to react to no. So here's nothing. I'm doing with no primer. I'm just putting it right on the plastic to see what happens. I like to experiment. Doesn't work, it doesn't work. So if you guys go back and watch a Marvel United painting, I did a Marvel United painting with the one with Namor, and kind of the same thing. I tried some new primer. It was not working. He's got stuff underneath of him, and I didn't see that. Dang it! So I need to get that paint out of there. That is now. So that needs to be green. That needs to be green, not brown. So I do need to be a little careful around the edges. The irony is I'm doing, and here I'm going to show you guys the difference once I'm done here. But this almost looks just like what the mini looked like when we got it, right, originally. So, yeah. I mean, it's a little darker, and of course I'm going to have different colors. But for people that are paying for like Sundrop or whatever, just go buy one or two speed paint colors, you know, based on the game. I mean, or just buy the starter set. You'll eventually have a lot of speed paint colors, and just, you know, do it yourself. It takes, I mean, right now, I've been doing this for not even maybe a minute, if that. I don't even think I've been doing this for a minute right now. I mean, and I'm trying to do multiple colors. If you're not going to do multiple colors, right, it's even easier. I'm doing multiple colors, so I don't want it to bleed down in here. But if you're not doing multiple colors, you can basically just let this go over the entire mini and not worry about it. Honestly, even if you were doing multiple colors, just pick up a off-white or a light gray, and you can just color over the other item and then do the next coat, especially if you go with the Speed Paint 2. Speed Paint 1, I would say don't do that. Yeah, because see, this is still going down in there, so I'm pretty much just diluting it down to almost nothing. And I'm going to have to paint over top with it. Again, the Speed Paint's doing what it's supposed to do. It's running down and getting into the creases. All right, so we'll just keep going because I'm going to have to paint over it anyways. But yeah, I mean, this is almost identical to what, when you get a washed mini from a publisher, this is almost there. Now, Awakened Realms does do slightly better with theirs. I will say that theirs do. But all they've done is a dry brush underlayer and a dry brush overlayer on the of using almost a very similar paint or oil or something, right, to do the wash. I was I did send a picture of the final minis I painted last night to the donor, so he seems happy with them. Once he gets them in his hands, he may or may not be as happy. I mean, again, pictures are, I don't know, pictures are 50-50. Like, I'll take a picture and I'll be like, man, this looks horrible, right? And then I'll see it in person. I'm like, oh, that looks great. These minis, I mean, they look good for what they are, but I don't think they look great. And I would think, okay, the picture would make them look worse. So if the way they look in that picture is good enough, I guess I did a good enough job. And not to say, you know, I'm getting one over on anybody who made those pledges, those donations, but people are fully aware of my capabilities and skill, and that I'm not going to be painting like Squidmar or Ninjan or, you know, a Golden Demon winner. I'm painting to a tabletop quality. Not even there's another quality called Tabletop Plus. I don't even paint to Tabletop Plus quality. Mine is straight out, give it a base coat, call it a day quality. So I'm good around his eyes, because I guess, do I want to get fancy and actually paint his eyes? No, not really. Let's go ahead and fill those in. Get his ear. Yeah. So, now, to see the difference, right? So this is speed paint here. This is the original mini. So yes, mine is darker, but again, I could have added more of the speed paint medium, or if you don't have speed paint medium, you could add water and dilute it down to make it thinner. But even still, I think this shows more detail than even this one, right? So we're gonna do the same thing. Like I said, we're just gonna paint these. Everything's gonna be painted identical. I'm just leaving the original medium on one, and of course I removed it from the other. And this was a test too. When I removed the paint from these, this was a test. I knew that if these minis got messed up, I had a backup, right? I had my copy that I could use. All right, so we're gonna do the exact same thing here. And the only thing I would say is going to happen, right, is the color's going to look a little darker, and anything in the details are, of course, going to be darker because they've already got a little bit of wash down in them. That's the idea that's going to happen. Again, no primer, just right over that wash that they put on. Because the thing is, if they put a wash on this, they had to put some kind of varnish or sealer to seal it in. You can't just put the wash and leave it raw. So I've seen a lot of people, especially with the Wake and Realm Sundrop. I don't know why you would buy Sundrop and then paint over it. However, if you are looking at speed paints and doing a zenithal, like, you know, highlights and shadows with it, that is a way to get the initial coat done, but you can do it yourself for like no time at all. It doesn't take much. You just go get a big old bottle of white acrylic paint from Walmart, right? It doesn't even need to be the real. Why are people pinging at 9:30 on a Saturday? Saturday, nobody works on Saturday. Go to bed. Enjoy your family, something. Oh man, some people. I don't know if you guys have that same problem with your works. With your work, with your job. Or I guess more with people at your job. That's just crazy. Come on. Saturday, we don't work Saturdays. Now, I do know people work Saturdays. I'm not saying that, but my particular group, my department, the people I work with, don't normally work Saturdays, or shouldn't work Saturdays. We're a Monday through Friday company. I don't think anybody from my work has even ever found me. Well, there was one person that asked once upon a time, and I gave him the YouTube channel, but I don't know if he's ever even commented, said anything. I doubt he's ever even watched a video. I think he was just doing it to kind of be nice, since we were two different groups working together for the first time. They were trying to do one of those get to know you type things. Like, who are you? What are your hobbies? What music do you listen to? It doesn't matter. I'm doing work. You're doing work. Let's work. I have a completely different work ethic than what modern work ethic is. And it's fun to watch. The new Scrubs, the new seasons of Scrubs, or the new, I don't know, reboot of Scrubs is happening now, right? And it's fun to see that they're kind of playing with that thought process that, things have changed since JD, when 15 years ago, was in. And I forget what was the Dr. Cox, right? He can't do the modern work environment. So yeah, it's just kind of funny. All right, so the one on the right is the one that still had the wash. And the one on the left is the original. So you can see it's just slightly darker, but all the details, all the crevices and all that are darker, right? They hold more of the speed paint. All right, so I was going to do the pallid bone, but I've still got this in here. So do any of the characters need this more brownish? Maybe this guy. I could do him with it, or her. I could do her under. And all of them, again, they're all just different shades of brown. He has the most different shades, but then like him, I can get away with doing like a lighter color, so I could get away with a darker if I had to. But he does have some leather bits. Yeah, maybe I do this one. Let me do this one, because I have so much of that still in there. I want to use it before it starts to dry up. All right, so we're gonna do. It's basically just her shirt. I'm guessing she doesn't have sleeves, which is weird because Chica, it's like negative, I don't know, whatever degrees out wherever you are. It's the Ice Age. All right. This is going to be fun. Probably should have gone down to the smaller brush here, Will. I'd say smaller, but just slightly smaller. Still going to use a decent size brush here. I don't want it to take all night to do one person. Her belt's more of a darker color, so I'll leave the belt for the darker color. Now, one thing is, because I guess, they did plan this with a wash in mind, a lot of the details are pretty deep on this, so it is collecting the speed paint pretty well compared to just a normal mini. It's a very weird thing she's wearing. I'm trying to figure out where it begins and where it ends around her shoes. Too much there. And there's too much. You just pull it somewhere else. I don't know what color she's got. She's supposed to be wearing underneath, so I'm just going to make it the same color. I think it will be fine. Oops. That's not supposed to be that color. I think that's a separate pelt. gonna stick with it. I've already done it. Already committed. Not terribly worried about, again, getting it on the base, because if I get it on the base, like I said, I'm going to put snow on the base. Yeah. So there she goes. There she is. Miss America. Alright, and then this is the one that already had the wash on it. So again, same thing. The difference will be it'll just come out darker. Oh, yeah, so there's the, it was right. So I just did the same thing with this one that I did on the other one. Yeah, it's fine. Again, I've only got so many browns, so I'm going to be duplicating browns anyways, I think. Although I could, let's see here. Considering this one already has the wash, I can technically not have, I can use the washed color as a color. Take this off. Yeah, the reason I did the original wash was to get rid of the wash, because I didn't want all the details that might be there to be flooded with wash. I figured this would be a good time to test if what I bought would actually work. I do have another set of minis I need to test on, which is the ones for Andromeda's Edge. So the Andromeda's Edge minis, the wash on those, not really the best. A lot of people didn't care for it. And the people that have tried to get the wash off have had a very hard time. So I don't know what all people have tried. I forget. I mean, some of these people have mentioned on BGG, but I forgot what people have tried. I'm going to try the stuff I bought. At least see if it'd take some of it off. Yep. So again, the only difference is I already had that wash on it. So you can see it's just slightly darker. All the recesses and everything are going to be slightly darker. All right, remember to keep these separated. Know what they are. All right. Where was that one guy? The one guy had a pouch that was. Oh, the guy with the doggy. Guy with the doggy. Doggy. Doggy man. Alright, he's just got a couple little pouches around. His gloves. We'll do his pouch, his gloves. Up the doggy's nose. Yeah, probably do. Yeah, we'll do his bow and arrow pack back here as well. Here he's using old leather to wrap it up. Which is the same thing he's using on his belt. Sure, why not? Come up with a story for him. I don't know if they have names or not. It's the guy with the wolf. That other one was the lady. Just the lady. What's her name? The lady. Maybe there's a couple. I think one other. There's one other lady in here. She looks more like a, not a assassin, maybe like a ranger. She doesn't have a bow. This guy has the bow. Doing all these straps, his pouch, his gloves. And this glove. So they did an okay job matching the art, but it's not like a perfect representation. I think a lot of times where it gets thrown off is because, you know, art is 2D. So they're having to try to figure out, okay, how do we change this angle? How do we do this? How do we do that to make it 3D? And so then your perspective gets skewed of what you're seeing. Yeah. All right, so he's got his bow, and then this big thing on his head. Don't want to do that brown. So he's got this big poofy thing up here too. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Because his hair is going to be black, so I don't want to do a dark brown, because then that would clash with the black. Oh, actually, it's two separate things. So, yeah. So I said everything is brown, man. Just, it's not ideal. So I am going to have to darken up the other one. Now I got the strap is the same color as what I just did here. Now that's on this one. On the other one, because it's already a darker color, I can just use the existing wash. Probably, well, his boots look a darker color. We'll go with the boots being darker. Although, because they're all brown, these should be able to get knocked out pretty quick. It's really me figuring out what I want to do with the houses. It's going to probably take most of my time. I debated if I wanted to do a dry brush to brighten these up just a little bit more, but I was like, nah, let's do a real representation if you just didn't do anything. If these don't look good, I blame you guys and YouTube because I'm having to do this for you as a demonstration. Which reminds me, I forgot to do that piece on this one. Right. That one. Is that all I was going to do? All right, and then this one I'm just going to do the top. I'm not going to do that lower section since it's already a different color because of the original wash. This one I just need to do here. All right. This, you can't really see that it's darker just because there's so little that's different. I think once we get more stuff painted, it'll be a more starking contrast. So I'm thinking I want to probably see if I can do something on each one. That way, again, I need diversity in these browns. So we've done that one, done that one. The all-seeing guy. Really don't want to do his whole cloak. I mean, I guess I could. He's got like his big cloak behind him. Chief. Oh, they've got names. Chief Looking Hand. They have names. How big is his cloak? It'd be 90. It'd be like most of him if I did him. I guess that's fine. Like the girl, it was just the bottom. It wasn't her back. So, you know, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Because I don't want to make him the dark brown. I don't want to make somebody's whole cloak dark brown. I mean, yeah, he killed an entire mammoth. So, you know, it's an entire mammoth cloak that he's wearing. Now I'm debating how I want to do the plants on that mammoth. I was thinking, oh, green, but no, we're in the middle of like the Ice Age. Would anything really be green? Let's see here. Actually, on that one, it shows the bottom half is more of a gray color. So it's actually, he's got two different things on. Oh, well. I don't know what that's supposed to be. We'll go with that for now. Come on. You go up there. Where's your twin? Where's your twin? Get too much in the crevices there. And to just make it easier on myself, even though now I know that it was supposed to do 2 different ones, I'm still just going to make it 1. All right. And we'll call that that. All right, so there are 2 other ones. Got a little bit left. I don't have a lot left. The one guy, he's definitely not wearing any brown. Like the Chief Tuskbreaker, oddly enough, is not wearing anything that's mammoth coat. But Chief Chiselstone, she kind of is. Kind of is. So I guess we'll just do maybe the pouch. This is where I like full art, and of course they've kind of cut it off at the bottom. Like her middle section is definitely a different color. So she's got like one piece here, the back piece, which has this skull, which is definitely not going to be this color. And then she has this inner piece. And she has like a loincloth down at the bottom. Well, actually, it's loincloth in the art, but now here it's just like a gloopy, drippy mess, it looks like. And then she's got her boots. Maybe, let's see, can I do just, I find just the inner portion. Can't really tell. It's almost like whatever they had originally planned It's not showing properly on here. Yeah, do that, and maybe your boots. So we have some breakup in color here. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. You go here. I need your twin. I need your twin. All right, so what do? We did the pouch. Boots. And then this one, I don't have to worry about trying to figure out the inside parts, because again, I've already got a color there. I just don't paint that later. If I remember not to paint it later. Yeah, so like this, her leg goes all the way up to that edge, is kind of the thing. And in the art, she's got a cloth that kind of comes over those edges, but that's not here in the mini. And then this isn't supposed to be all floppy. It's supposed to be just a straight piece of like flat leather. And she's got this belly thing going on, this little ring there. And it looks like a belly button. So it looks like they even changed her shirt. Because that's a belly. That's a belly. Alright, so that was just enough. We ran out of hardened leather. Alright, let's go check our normal. See how these are looking. So yeah, I'll probably have to do a dry brush one I'm after. I think that'll work. Which means I gotta do all of them so that I can do the normal. Alright, let's do them all, so then I can do or that way they dry. And now I'm just gonna put a whole bunch in here, make it easier. Actually, it'd be better if I had something larger. Let me use my dry brush. I say my dry brush palette. This is not a palette. This is in no way, shape, or form a palette. And I'll have to do the statues as well. So I'll put it on top of the paint. So I still got paint on here, like globs of paint from when I did the dry brushing earlier, so I want to make sure I don't put them on top of that just in case that's still a little wet. Alright, and all you guys are going to need as well, which you're probably going to fall over as soon as I put a brush to you. Let's see what happens. Again, still not sure what I'm going to do with the houses. Alright, here we go. And big brush time. This is the 100-point, basically just the 100-point marker. So I didn't do the back of this because I'm thinking the back isn't used for anything. So Moen oil is what they call liquid talent. Or most washes they call liquid talent. All right, stop trying to get the paint out the top. You're going to tip over your stupid pot. I have to remember I got to do this twice. I got to do the top and the bottom. Yellow I gotta be a little bit careful with because it seems like it's staining the yellow a little bit more than the other colors. The other colors, you know, being a little bit darker. Like the purple, I barely noticed it. But like the yellow, you can definitely see when you have the pulling. Again, normally you wouldn't have this laying down, right? Normally you do Moen oil on like a 3D surface, so it rolls off and gets in all the crevices. These are laying flat. That's not happening. Lots of tokens. I didn't need to do this. I really didn't. I mean, the tokens look pretty good. Honestly, just with the slight dry brush made them look less plasticky. So if you don't want to do the whole Nuln, just a dry brush of a lighter color will make a plasticky looking thing look less plasticky because it removes some of the shine. Um, I don't remember these having that much shine to begin with. Like I said, the tokens actually looked pretty good. I just thought I would do this. I'm experimenting. I'm trying things. It may look great. It may look horrendous. I don't even know if I like this game. I'm doing all this effort. Don't even know if I like it. Might be something that ends up on Culling for Charity. Don't know. Now, the problem with the yellow is I'm struggling. I've got to really gloop it on there more than I want to because it's not going down in all those little dots. Last one, and off to the statues. I just realized I have to figure out I gotta move this afterwards. Oh, well. Not concerned if my hand takes a little bit of the wash off. I mean, because the wash should go back into where my fingers were. But at the same time, this is supposed to look, a little bit like stone and weathered. And when I do the dry brushing, it'll just blend it back together. This would be where a dip would come in handy. I've actually got acrylic. It's actually Minwax. I've got acrylic sealer colorant that I've seen people use instead of like the army painter dip. I saw a couple of videos on it, so I grabbed some, which kind of would work for this. I would still need something to hold everything. But that would actually work for this kind of thing because it's double-sided, it's flat. You just need some way to get it in there and get it back out. A pair of, you know, those pliers or something would have worked. Didn't think about that until just now, honestly. Last one. All right, fingers and all. So yeah, the first ones are not quite dry. So basically the amount of time it took me to do the whole thing, they almost dry enough. So, all right, now to slowly move this somewhere else. The problem is I didn't think about moving my thing that was over there first. All right. Move you there. All right. All right, gotta wash my hands. I'll be right back. All right, we're back, and guess what color we're gonna do? More browns. More tans and browns. All right, so let's do the pallid bone. So let's finish off our bone. Now there should be a lot of bone on each of them. Problem is, it's kind of more like an accenty areas, which could make it difficult later. All right. Dang it, I missed a spot. Dang it, I'm out of wash. Don't make me have to. It's gonna make me have to. I'm gonna have to drop like one drop of hardened leather, just so I can get that one spot. That's it. One little spot. Right. One, two, three, four, five, six. We'll just do six. 6 and 3. 6 and 3 is what I think we'll work. 2, 3. Let's clean you off. So the same thing, the speed paint medium gets that same kind of spiderwebby thing going on. So that's really what's causing the, that's how it makes the, I guess it makes the speed paint actually work, is the way that it dries. Stir you up. And do the bones. Which almost may not look like any difference at all on at least this one, because like I said, it's still got the original wash, but maybe on the other one it'll show a little bit better. That's it for you. Switch twin. All right, so we got the stone lady first. I did need another color for her. Yeah, let's do her loincloth front piece in this. She's getting life back here. And we'll do these tusks. The saber-tooth tiger. Now I gotta figure out what color I want to make the saber-tooth tiger. So the other one she's wearing, I think the saber-tooth tiger is attached to the other one. I don't think it's it's supposed to be the saber-tooth tiger, because at least in the art, her cloak piece is more of a grayish brown than a dark brown. So we're gonna go with that color combination. Where'd she go? There's not much doing her. I'm probably gonna do the same thing I ended up having last night. I'm gonna stop putting them on the thing after a while, because I'm just gonna be going back and forth between the colors so quickly. It's a waste of time. Yeah, so this is very similar in tone to the original wash. But, of course, putting it on is darkening the original wash. Alright, that's her. This dude again. This dude's like all gray and blacks. This dude. We'll do your wrist things. Where you at, dude? Actually, no, we're going to do your staff in this, because your staff is a bone staff. Let's do this pouch on his waist. You can't even see that in the picture, so we're just going to do this pouch right here too. There he's good. Sita does not want to go to sleep tonight, it seems. She is fighting oddly tooth and nail. We turned her crib into a big girl bed, so that way she can get in and out. But she's not wanting to just lay down. We're trying to figure out how to get her to just lay down and go to sleep, right? Haven't figured it out yet. Yep. All right. Where's my other one? There she is. So she's got like a bear hide, which would be more of a darker brown. She didn't have anything that's a light brown. Chief Thunderpaw. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so then the other one we have is the guy with the torch. With the puppy dog. So his undergarments again, it's more of like a grayish tan. I mean, this would work. I think we're gonna go with it. Dang it. Just an entire piece of this cloak. It's like, what is that spot? Yeah, it was what I missed earlier. Stand up, buddy. Now, is there any down here where... Yeah, I missed this too. Probably missed it on this one too. Yes, I did. Well, I guess it's good I put that leather back in there because I needed to dig in. And this one I'm going to be worried about going underneath because, like I said, this one already has the wash. Alright, fun grays and blacks. Let's knock some of those out so I can try to get a better understanding where I'm going. Not the dark wood. I know I don't want to do straight black though, that's the problem. I'm gonna have to make a light gray of some sort. Well, technically, I guess I could use the... Yeah, just use the white, because again, this white, I mentioned in last night's stream, but this white isn't really white. It's more of a light gray once it's done. It comes out more this color, not this color. So... Oops. Oh, that was a tusk. I'm like, hang on, did I miss an entire piece on that one? Nope. That was a tusk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, two, three. Alright, so we're going to try this on the one guy first to see how dark it is. Because, I mean, he is mostly, like, this entire under thing here is black. Or no, his overcloak is, his bottom overcloak is black. No, he doesn't have the bottom overcloak here. Yeah, this is another example, right? So the art, he's got this, but it's definitely smaller than this, which is right here. Then he's supposed to have this cloak coming down. He doesn't have that. Does have this back cloak, which I guess is what I'll do. It's just this back cloak, because that's a different animal than the one that's up on top. And then see, this is darker, and then his gloves are black. So I think we'll do the cloak. We'll do his gloves. I think that's what we're gonna try. Try. Yeah, I might need more. Might need more speed paint medium. We'll see. Maybe not. Maybe not. Once it gets on white, it looks a little bit better. It's looking very dark in the mixing dish. Dang it. So that's a strap right there on his arm. Or strapped to wherever these tusks are. So now that's a good question. In here, the tusks look like white and gray. So I guess bleached, whereas I guess versus the ones that are on the Amis, I guess is how we'll play that off, as it's bleached ivory. Gloves. Actually, there's a lot of people with black hair, so I don't actually need it for all of them as well. Yeah, his gloves are different too. So these gloves have like this little jagged edge on them. Kind of weird. They got a jagged edge here, but then they come up to his shoulders. It was like when I was doing the minis last night for the boys. It's like some of these shapes don't go where you put them. It's like you added a random shape just to try to fill up space. It's like that isn't a naturally occurring shape where that space is. Yeah, let's do his boots while we're at it. Right. That one. Where's your twin? There you are. All right. Also wasn't sure how much the brown is going to change other colors. That's kind of another thing I'm checking. Because when you do speed paints, you can use different color primers, and you do get different results. I mentioned yesterday's stream, same thing, is when I painted some Cthulhu Death May Die, I did like a rust red. So everything kind of on the underside had more of a rust red, dark brown tint to them versus, say, gray. So I'm thinking the same thing here. You're going to get a little bit of that. And that's why I'm baiting on those houses if I'm just going to paint them and just leave the base color underneath. It's kind of what I was thinking. I'll paint them like a normal. And I'll just leave the base color underneath, so then it'll kind of shine through the contrast paint. That's my fault. This is one of those ones where I've got minis for a game because it looked cool with the minis, but like these minis only serve a single purpose, and that's if you get one of the chiefs. I don't think you choose a chief. I think you gain the chief in the deck building game. Dang it, I did it again. And now that I've played more games that, you know, worker placement, stuff like that, I actually prefer meeples in a worker placement game. It's as odd as it is compared to minis. And it really has nothing, I mean, to a small degree, but it has really not that much to do with the fact that I don't want to paint them all before I play a worker placement. Whereas if I'm playing something like, you know, Marvel United or something like that, it's like, oh yeah, I definitely want to paint the minis. I definitely missed this on the other one. Yeah, definitely missed that on the other one. I have to go back and get that. All right. It's that one. Let's catch those spots I missed. Question is, for everybody's beard and hair, do I want the pure black? Don't know. Where's mine? Yeah, I don't know. So I can figure out, do I want to paint them pure black? Because this is coming out more like a gray. It's not the mini I meant to pick up, but it works. Because if I delete the black, then it should not be like black, which it is. It's black. Like when I put it over top of white, it still comes out black. While I'm thinking about it, I'm gonna try to get her too. That's kind of a weird thing too. Is like the black is definitely a black when it in speed paints, but the white was pretty much everybody's least favorite color in this range. I say this was the least, that was, or at least in the starter set. But I think even in the bigger set, they never really had a true white. I think yellow is the second one. I think most of your yellows were more of an orange. All right, anything on any of these, it needs to be gray. So she's gray. The bear is more of a gray brown. So I could mix this with the where are we at? The pallid bone. So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in there. And add another 2. 1, 2. That was more like 3. Let's see what we get. So it's a little bit more brown. Yeah. That'll work. Where is my bear lady? There she is. Okay. The bear. Now, it's a two-parter one here. Two-parter there, too. But I would imagine it's all part of the same bear. We're going to make it all part of the same bear. I'll figure out where the bear is versus her. Kind of in the same boat with this one. It's not quite like the art. Kind of having a guess in some spots. Oh, missed part of her shirt. I missed her shirt earlier. I need more leather brown. Oh, okay, it's kind of a weird, like, little hair tuft going on up there. And then the ears. Then she has all these spikes on her shoulders. She's got bone spikes, so that was kind of throwing me off, too. I guess that's her hair? No, her hair's in ponytails. Guess that's the bear's hair? Let's make her, we'll just make her shoes this color too. Oh, Sita's crying again. She does not want to go to sleep tonight. All right. And I need more leather. One drop of speed paint medium this time. Yeah, I completely missed this part of the shirt. Yeah, the picture she's got. Picture she's got like, well, she's got these gauntlet things. I guess they're the same color as the bear, so she should do those too. But like in the picture, this is the arm that has the beads, and then this is the arm that has the beads in the rendering, in the 3D model. Well, I guess there's a kind of a bracelet at the top of it. Alright. You go down here. Where is your twin? Come here, twin. Oh, that is not your twin. There's her twin. Now I can see like the ones that don't have a wash on, I can see a more distinct difference, right? When I'm just trying to find them, because the colors I put on are significantly different. In these particular cases, not so much, because I haven't put other colors on them as much yet. It's 11 o'clock and she woke up again. Also trying to, you're only supposed to change one thing at a time. We were also trying to get rid of the chupo, or pacifier, because we went to the dentist. So it's probably just a double whammy right now. Alright, so earlier I was going to keep this, but I think it's all part of this same cloak. Just going to go... All right. Oh yeah, shoes. Boop. Boop. All right, and now the hunter girl. I think I'll use the same color for her. Say Hunter Girl, it's the Chisel Stone. Chief Chisel Stone. We're not going to do the Sabertooth. I'm going to make him more of a yellow. Yellow brown, or I might pull out that ogre brown. It's like an ogre. I don't know. I think it's called ogre. Maybe ogre flesh. Maybe we'll do that on the. And I did forget the top of her shirt. Maybe. Oh, they really did they really changed her outfit, like, completely. You can't tell what's supposed to be her like I said, they gave her a belly shirt, and she doesn't have a belly shirt in the art. And I don't know if they, did they make her have a deep cut shirt or just a regular shirt? Don't know. We're just gonna do the whole thing as a single shirt. And then her wrists are that, gonna be that same gray brown color. This one's slightly easier because I don't need to do the shirt because I'm leaving it the color that it was. Too much over here. Too much. Alright. Cloak. All right. Maybe this guy's wrists. I have no clue what's inside of his bag here. Meat, maybe? I just don't know what's in his bags. He's got these bags and they got something in them. In the day, it's probably just going to turn into something brown. Alright, let's do this because Bella wants me to do her normal 11 o'clock. But Alright, yep, let me let Bella out. I'll take a quick break myself, and I'll be right back. All right, so we are back. Probably because I'm trying to think. Where's the fire guy? Oh yeah, fire guy needs because fire guy needs a puppy dog. So hopefully we have enough to finish our puppy dog. So we are running low. Puppy dog number 2. Puppy dogs number 1 y 2. You can see a significant difference in like the color that's left, like what needs to be painted on the. I keep saying washed, but the washed removed minis versus the washed minis. I washed them to get the wash off. I'm pretty much out of that, so his boots are supposed to be dark black too, so I think we'll just go straight grim black. Go back to the graveyard gray. Which drops that. And some medium to thin it down. Oh, it's 3 drops. I did not want 3 drops. Sure, I forgot I missed his boots. I remember when I painted him the first time, I was like, oh, his boots are black. Or a darker color. You know, dark brown, black, whatever. Then when I went to paint him, or when I was painting the black, I forgot all about him. So where's your twin? Where's the twin? Twin. Anything else? Do I want to do gray or black? At least not this gray. Yeah, so, alright, we'll do straight, we'll do some straight black. Let me check my wash though on those other bits, because I'm gonna need those to be completely dry. That's not good. Didn't think about that well, did you? Sounds good. And then stuck to the bottom. Oh, I'm stuck to each other. Purple one. Gray one. Red one. Those are the originals. Alright. You guys are all good. You guys up there. You guys up there. Get you back out again. I thought about it, I would have knocked this out before I took my break so I could wash my hands again. This stuff's sticky. It also was a pain in the neck to wash my hands. Yellow is just a pain. It doesn't take much to just cover up the top of it. But I need to put a lot on it to get it down in the holes. Like Lucita might have finally fell asleep. Alright, so that was the last one of those. Alright, I've still got to dry brush those at some point. Yeah, I guess not. Yeah, I was gonna say I guess it's not bad, but That's right. Earlier I had painted those other things, so I got gray paint on my bum as well. All right, you go back over here to dry. Make sure that none of them are touching each other. Although I did go down the side, so therefore I'm probably going to get them stuck to the cardboard again. Trying to pop each one of them once just to break the stickiness. All right. So, all right, so I guess we'll go to the straight black. I'll just have to water it down so I get to what I want. So I can do all their hair and everything. And then probably gonna have to do straight brown, otherwise I'm not gonna have enough diversity of colors here, I guess. Yeah, we're black. One, two, three, four, five, six. Six should be enough for their hair, I would think. And 1, 2, 3, 4. 6 and 4. Problem is I don't write this down, so then I end up forgetting what I did. I'm holding that like there's a menu on it. There's a menu there. Well, it doesn't matter which one I got to pick first, because actually I won't even need that because I'm just doing the hair. This is where you can see the difference between the one that still has the wash and the one that doesn't. She looks less finished because I've still got more that I've got to cover up. On the other ones, again, it's a benefit of even. I've seen people say to do that even on your speed paint, right? If you don't want to do a dark primer, so you want to do white, and you don't want to dry brush, quick alternative is to then just do a wash all over, and then just let that dry, and then paint over that, because it's going to conceal all the parts that you may not paint, or may not get paint into. So you just figure out like, okay, what's going to be your best color to do that with, and go from there. All right, his hair is not black. Everybody else's is black, right? Yeah, everybody, no, except for the This guy's weird. I'm guessing that's his hair, but then his beard is white. Oh no, he doesn't have a beard. That's just white face paint. Okay. Fire guy? Yeah, fire guy. Doggy should have a black nose. While we're here. Oh, teeth are supposed to be white too, so I have to debate if I want to go back and do that or not. And he fell on his face. Yeah, let's go ahead and do his arrows too while we're on it. I don't know what other color I would color the arrows. And his twin. And the twin. The difference on these guys versus the Zombicide minis last night is they're a little bit bigger. All their details are a little chunkier. I don't have to go down to that smaller brush, the two smaller brushes I was using yesterday. And the doggy's nose. Alright, who's next? This guy. And I remember he's got all these bones, which I didn't color earlier. We're gonna have to come back and color all those. Some yellow brush. Some chunks. So I've had that happen when it's like dried on the bottom, but because it's drying on the brush. All right. That one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and do that one again. Made way too much black. I don't know why I was thinking there was more black. It's just the hair. The hair was all that was left. Like I was saying, like these ones almost look kind of completed, more completed, because they've got that base coating of the original wash. Nope. All right. So that's way too much black for me to have left, but I have nothing else to do black. So go to dark brown now and knock out whatever that's left, and then I guess the gray white. One, two, three, four, five. Again, that's probably too much. Probably too much. One, two, three. I think that's probably what it was. When I mixed it up, I think I got it up further up the brush, and then it started loosening up and coming back down. Alright, so dark brown is pretty much anything I've got left that's wood. Anything left I got wood. I really could probably pick one of the guys that's not painted completely to get an idea of what isn't painted. is. Yeah, so it'd be his stick and then his bow. All of them would have like a, if all of them had like a pop of color, then I'd be like, okay, that's cool. But like, he's the only one that's gonna have like a pop of color. I guess I could make his flame not so bright. Probably what I'm gonna have to do, because otherwise he's gonna stand out like a sore thumb. That one, that one. He's got a cane, so we'll go ahead and do his cane. Oh no, he's got an axe. I'm gonna need some, I need my gray again for his axe. Mr. I say Mr. Airhead, but I think I was going to do Airhead light gray, so should be fine. Actually, I think I was going to do his as well, light gray. He's going to have so much light gray because that's all he's got left, really, is the light gray. I forgot I still gotta do the... Like on her, I think I'm fine with the saber-tooth tiger head. Maybe, maybe not. Well, the other one I definitely have to do the saber-tooth tiger head. Oops, what did I do here? Did I do the other one? Where's the other one? Somehow the twins got mixed up. I'm missing a twin. Where's her twin? Ah, right here. Oh, didn't do her hair either. much better with hair. Alright. And then her thingy. Her wood thingy. I'm not even worrying about all the little doodads and doohickeys and all the stuff, because again, I'm just getting it to tabletop quality, and the other doodads and doohickeys are all either black or gray or brown. So it's like making them a slightly different shade is not going to make this look any better or worse, in my opinion. And just having them brown. And then let the speed paints do the rest. It's a different level. Hopefully it pulls differently in that area. Alright. You go there. You're in the wrong area. You should be down here with these guys. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. Alright, so where were we? This guy. Alright. That one. For staff. Oh, you stay down here with these guys. Trying to keep the two separated so I don't remember what I'm doing each one. Yeah, so you can tell the significant difference between this one and like this one. Like he basically looks unpainted almost still. filled. So on the other one, it's fine. I like whatever this thing is that's in that basket. You know, I'm just looking at the washed color, but like this one, I'm kind of like, what do I do? Okay. What do we go to next? So let's do, I guess I said the white color. So let's see what happens with it. Just straight first. See if it's not gray enough. Because again, this does not come out white unless I add white. The only way I've been able to make this white is I have to always add white. Now I picked up a bunch of pastel 2.0s. I did not pick up the new white 2.0. Probably should. I also have to shake the bejesus out of this one. It just, you can even look in the bottle. It's gray. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So this one got to do a lot because his entire cloak, everything is this color basically. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and a half. 6 and a half. All right, so we're going to put him back on here because he's got a lot of paint on him. And we're going to go to, like, I'm debating, do I want to go to the bigger brush? No, we'll stay with the smaller brush. Yeah, see, it's this is great. I don't care. I don't care what the bottle says. Like I get it. Like it's anticipating you painting this over top of pure white. And if you do that, then right, it would go down into all of the recesses. And then the only thing left on the top would be, well, white. Because you started with white. If you don't start with white, that doesn't really work very well. So we'll do the we'll do his rest of him with, I'll have to make some white after I'm done. I'm gonna do everybody else before I make that white. Now hers I'll make gray, just because I don't feel like fighting it. Yeah, Do I have to do the saber tooth? Keep saying that. I gotta turn this so I remember that I gotta do the saber tooth. Put her down. I'm gonna make sure I put her saber tooth facing me. Alright, who else has gray? I don't know what these things are, so I'm making it gray. Oops, I got his beard. Actually, just anything that's not colored right now, I don't think her belt would have been black. Or not black, but at least the dark gray black. Did that one, did that one. Did this one, but I didn't do these bones. Means you can lock these, means you can make these bones that color too. Alright, now do it all again with the twins. I forgot to do her belt too. Dang it. What I don't know if I want to do is do a light white over top of their flesh, their skin tone to bring that up, or I just go with this stylistic look of them having that kind of tannish cream look on these ones. Don't know. And the biggest problem with this white is it's not gray and it's not white, so the gray slides off of everything. It looks splotchy. It doesn't look clean, unfortunately. I don't know any way to accomplish that. Alright. This guy's extras or leftovers. Down in the crack I didn't want to get into. Dollar. Get out of there. Alright. So now we're going to add white to that. We do that. We're going to do his flame. All their flesh tone. I kind of like the way those guys look. I don't know if I'm going to do theirs. Actually, let's do this. Let's do the with the white here and pull that into it till I get the consistency I want. What color I want. There we go. That's a lot lighter. Okay. And put some more speed paint medium in it. One thing, you can turn almost any color into a speed paint with speed paint medium. Really all you're doing is you're loosening up the pigment so it goes into the recesses. That's what speed paint is. So. Alright, so we got this guy again. So we just gotta get his hair. It's just a unhappy face. It had nothing to do with the. She has a bone on her thing here, so go ahead and knock that out. Oh. Both of them. Where's her twin? Twin, hello, twin. So that pops out a little bit more. And I gotta do his bones. And I gotta do his. I gotta get that. What was that? Pallid bone, I think. He's a lot lighter than, like, his art's a lot darker, but I didn't make him dark, and now I'm kind of like, maybe I should have made him darker. I think my ratio's off for the speed paint medium. I think it's supposed to be 2 to 1. I was still doing it as if I was, or 1 to 2, I guess, the other way around. I'm still doing it as if it was speed paint, adding speed paint medium to it. Instead of, no, I've got paint and I'm adding speed paint medium to that. Nope. Oh, I guess I should do the bottoms. Those are almost like the color they were was probably almost good enough, but at least this way it kind of pops a little bit more. I don't like the gray either way. Don't like the gray either way. Thinking I want hers to pop more too. They don't stand out enough. Hers are actually better because there was the lighter color to start with. All right, so I have to do her. I think same thing. I think I'm just gonna go grab everybody's bones and pop them with this instead, because then right now there's just so little contrast. If I had the full speed paint line, probably, right? I'd have a lot more options for brown on top of brown. But I don't. Yeah, it helps a little bit. Makes them stand out just a little bit more. And then this guy's gonna stand out because he's got that flame, so that doesn't matter. So we'll go ahead and do this guy's bones. Alright. So, the head and the fire. Now, the fire, I've got an orangish brown that's not like super bright. I forget what that was. I know I need Crusader skin. Sand Golem? Yeah, I think that's what I was thinking. I don't know. Now I don't know if that's what I want to go with. And it really stands out in this art. But I think I don't want to go that bright. Don't want to go that bright. Because that would be Zealot Yellow. Let's see. Maybe the Zealot Yellow one, because it's more of an orange, so maybe it'll blend in better. One, two, three. Oops, that is not where I wanted to put that. 1, 2, 3. That went right into the white. Hope I don't need the white for anything anymore. 1, 2. Yeah, I think this is fine because the orange kind of, it's not going to be a huge contrast, so then it doesn't stick out like a sore thumb. Yeah, yeah, it looks fine. I can do this good too. Alright, so then what do I got left? Oh yeah, the head. That's what I wanted the sand golem for. I was like, I remember I wanted the sand golem for something. What did I want it for? I still gotta do all the houses. Holy cow. 1, 2, 3. Probably don't need 3. Probably could have gotten away with 2 and 1. Instead of 3 and 1. So I don't know if I'm gonna see how this looks on this. I don't know if I'm gonna do the one that's still got the wash on it. I'm gonna do that tiger on that one. Yeah, kind of like that. We'll go ahead and do it. Especially if I'm not going to paint their, because I don't think I'm going to paint their skin. I think I really like the way these ones came out without doing their skin. I think putting this just help that pop off a little bit more. Which means I do need to do her shirt and stuff now. Dang it. Alright, what was that? That was leather brown? I guess I can just use this. No, get the leather brown, Will. There's the leather brown. 1, 2, 3. Not 4. Actually, I probably could have gone again. Could have gone away with probably just 1. It's like 3 little dots I have to do. Now this isn't standing out enough. What did I use on there? I think I used the pale. So maybe, yeah, let's do this. Yeah, let's do the golem on the front too. That's better. 'Cause now it's a better. Oh, I gotta do the back too. It's a better contrast from her legs. promise you guys, this was 2 different colors back there. Oh, man. Alright, so. Good, good, good. Alright, so now I think I just need to do these guys. Flesh tone. Oh, no, I gotta do the... Gotta do whatever I wanted to do with this grass. Because it technically would not be green, would it? I don't think so. Yeah, alright, let's get the, I guess the camo cloak. We'll do the darkest green I got, I guess. I'm only gonna do 1 drop. Should be all we need. Technically a really bad mini design. They could have made that hollow all the way through. I mean, he's heavy though. Yeah, he could have been hollow all the way through. There's no reason to put all this grass down here. Wasn't needed for support or anything because he's got all 4 legs touching the base. Alright. And to the flesh tones. Flesh tones, real flesh tones. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have to do 5 minis. 6 should be more than enough. I don't know. 1, 2, 3. No, that's right. Yeah, gloves. That saves time. I only had to paint one little thing on them. Same with him. All right. That, oh, I was gonna say that's all that, but no, I'm gonna do the base rings. So we're just gonna go black with base rings. Actually, I'm not gonna go black. I want to go with glacier white, but I have to go get my glacier white. Was mistaken. I'm gonna go with my wolf blue. I was gonna go. It's glacial blue, but I think that's too blue for what I want. So I gotta do all the bases, the blue, and then, like I said, I'm gonna do a snow on top of them, and then the base rings. I always do base rings black. We'll see how this looks. I'm running out of this. This is my favorite gray, and I don't think they make a. So this is Vallejo. So Vallejo in the small bottles it's 80 whatever, but in the normal one it's like 70 whatever. So it's usually that same number, 47. I think I ordered that one, so I don't think it was the color I wanted. Oh no. Guess we are going to use glacial blue. I am officially out. So I did already get a placement wolf gray, but so the weird thing about this one, in here it looks purple, but of course on the cap it is the wolf gray. It's very weird. But I got the glacial blue just in case. Just in case. And that is already pre-thin because it's their air paint. Yeah, so I think the only problem I'm going to have with this is like it's not necessarily a one coat coverage, so the rims aren't going to be like probably very clean with one coat. Yeah, so like I was saying with the Mammoth, they put him down to the ground, but like you can see with all the other minis, they got clearance, right? They're not all on the ground. Probably the cheapest, probably the least cost, probably more cost effective. I mean, I'd imagine to make the mold like that, so why they did it. Careful when you're doing that, Will. Weird for me to see a base rim in any color other than black. I've done it. I've had to do it for other games where the game color needs to be understandable because each mini actually is a different faction. It's a different color. But this one they give you base rings for, so you're going to be technically covering up this ring anyways. See if my putting the 2.0 medium in the paint helped prevent bleed, because I am painting over top of speed paint now, and with the regular 1.0s, painting over the speed paint like that will cause it to reactivate. So just doing what I'm doing here to do the base would cause it to activate. So we'll see. So I've actually got I got a couple different things I could do for basing. Like I said, I've got the flock that was left over from some models, which probably what I'm going to use. But if these didn't already have textured bases, I do have some different texture granules, texture pastes. One of them has like little crystal beads in it, so it kind of makes like a nice reflective type surface. And more of a granular surface than just like a regular texture paste that would, maybe make it look more like, I don't know, just clumps. I figure I use them for different purposes on. So a lot of your old, again, last time when I was painting the boys, CMON minis didn't have any texture at all on the bases. So like my Undead or Alive, I've got some crackle paste, and so I'm going to put that down to make like an arid dirt on their bases. And then the White Death, right, I need snow again, so I'm going to use that one of the texture paste to get that effect as if they're on snow. I mean, that looks pretty good actually with just that color. Because, I mean, that... Whoa! Don't fall in there and get blue on you. Yeah, because, I mean, this is what they were, right? They were this tan color. Give or take the wash. So what I'll probably do is do the snow flock and then I can then do the second coat of this. Yeah, look up online. I think you're supposed to varnish the flock. I don't I don't know. Would think you'd want to seal that in too with a varnish. I mean, if you're not putting the varnish on like super thick or brush on thick, then, you know, it's just really just going to sit on top. It's not like it's going to mat down the flock. Jelly beans must be coming this way with Lammy. So our cat's... It's our adoptive cat from my sister. But she had a stuffed lamb. And she carries it around like, you know, like a baby would, or I don't know, maybe she, like a mom carrying around the baby. And so she just takes it around the house and just puts it places. So earlier it was outside of Lucita's bedroom while Audrey was in there. She likes putting it in front of our shower. It's one of the weirdest places she puts it. Didn't enjoy this base the first time. Not enjoying it the second time either. Kind of weird to get underneath the doggy. And so what happens when she wants to take Lammy somewhere else, I forgot I was talking about that, she yells at her. Like, she just growls really loud at her and then picks her up Still kind of morale's at her while she's got her picked up too. She just carries her in her mouth to wherever she's going to take her. I've never seen her do other like mother things. Like I've never seen her like try to clean her or anything like that. And she just picks her up and carries her around. It's like a security blanket. So that's not bad. So I got what? 1, 2, 3, 4. So I got 10 minis done in 3.5 hours. Although painting the same mini twice does help your speed because you've already planned out what you're going to paint where. So like when you're doing army painting, you'll go a lot quicker when you're painting your army because every single one's the same. But you'll probably drive yourself insane while doing that. Because I did not enjoy. Said I was going to do the rims after I did the snow, but I'm actually home now. Got the paint, still got some left. Second coat on the rims now. Painted him last. I'm trying to remember like which one did I paint last because he's still going to be wet. Alright, last couple. And then I gotta figure out what to do with the houses. Still haven't decided what I want to do with the houses. Snagging on the edge of the ring for some reason. It's like their edge of the rings aren't very perfectly smooth. Alright, so actually I need to dry brush those. So let's get my dry brush palette. Actually, this glacial blue would work great as a second dry brush. So let's get our tokens. Actually, let's get all of our people over here out of the way. Oops. Forgot to do the mammoths. I'm going to need more blue. Yeah, going to need more. A bit thinner than it was the first time, because the first time I still had like a squirt or so of regular. Now it's just straight air paint. Dang it. Got the blue or the green in the front here. This one? No, I did not forget that one. I only forgot the one. Benefit, or the nice thing about the air is it also dries a lot quicker because it's a lot thinner. All right, now let's get everybody out of the way. So I can look at the bottom and tell which ones are which, because these ones have a clean bottom. There's the ones with the wash still have a dirty bottom. And that's how you know it's a dip wash, because if it was painted on, this wouldn't happen, right? So it's a full dip wash. Is what they're using. Again, is what I could have done with all these tokens, but I did not. So all of these, I'm going to do another dry brush to. I don't know if I want to do the lighter color, if I'm going to do just go ahead and just go straight to their color. We got a couple stuck to the color. Yeah, I figured that was going to happen. A couple of them stuck to the cardboard because I was slushing on the sides, so the sides could get done. And it, of course, went under. So I got a couple of the kind of stuff stuck to it. Dry brushing will take care of that. Yeah. So now they're dirty, which is fine. But I want them to still get a little bit of a pop. Especially the yellow. The yellow kind of got really grungy in comparison. Alright, so we'll dry brush you guys later and get up there. You're going to dry brush your fringe right now. Let's get rid of all these cards because I don't want to get all of these messed up. Get all the little heads. Dry brush. Take all this paint over here. Alright, and basically just keep doing this until there's barely any paint left on it again. And then dry brush. Probably gonna have to go all the way up to the. No, I was probably gonna have to go all the way to the white and just, you know, foregone conclusion. Like this one, I can barely see it making a difference. I say you should test it like on your hand or something, but I usually don't. If I get a big split or a big splotch, it's sometimes still slightly wet enough to where you can just like, you know, get rid of it. And most of the time I really don't care that much. Yeah, we're gonna have to go all the way up to white. Is that still not bright enough? That was too much. Unless I want to do the, unless I dry brush the houses a second time. I don't know. I don't know. Again, I'm trying to, I'm going to experiment with the house. I have no plan for the, really don't have a good plan for the houses. Hey, good thing there's nothing in that cup. Ooh, that would have been bad. Like that last one, I have a little bit too much white still on it. So. Well, that is the worst place to be putting these. Putting them right next to the white paint. Okay. Now, all I need to really do on these guys is just put the color for each one of them, which is the same color I'm going to need to paint these roofs. So, 2, 4, 1. All right. You guys get off. All right. So, first, I gotta make a color. So I gotta make this green color. Yeah, I gotta make this green color. So I think it's about a 50-50 mix. I forget what I said I want to do with these other ones. Don't remember. Leave the roof alone and just paint the sides, maybe. I think. Because I mean, with the white, it kind of looks like snow on it, right? Anyways, and then just paint the rims the right color. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. See what happens. These I can't really speed paint because I don't have the colors, and I really don't want to hunt down the colors. I mean, I guess I do. I've got purple, but there we go. Hey, how you doing, Kanjay? Hey, Derek. It's a little bit late for you, man, isn't it? What time is it? 12:30. Actually, it's early. I've only been doing this for 4 hours. I don't know if you've played Endless Winter. I haven't played it yet. I've been waiting to paint the minis, and now I'm painting the minis for somebody else, so I figured I'll paint mine while I'm at it. Alright, so I only got 3 of these, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You keep me company while I put together a monitor arm, so my neck stops hurting from pour. Yeah, you can see my monitor. My monitor's right behind me. Mine. Actually, that's a new monitor. It's a little bit higher than I guess it should be. I'd say should be, but I guess it's where it's supposed to be. 1, 2. These are big glops. Let's just do that. Those are kind of big glops. Big glops. All right. Yeah, So we're going to do these roofs is the plan. Is that the... No, that is not the color I want. It's got a little bit too much green, I think. That's a little bit too much green. Yeah, it's a little bit too much green. Let's put another 2 drops. Let me get the bear. This is my test. Because this is... So, plastic can never be the same color as paint. It's just that they've tried plenty of time. Yeah, it's got too much green. Alright, so we need more blue. I've seen many a company try, and I've never seen a single company succeed at making the plastic the same color as the paint. So. One, two, let's do 3. Let's do 3 drops. Do 3 drops, what is that? 70, 30? Right, let's test again. That's closer. It's a little darker, but I think that'll be fine. All right, put you back up here with all the wash stuff. All right, so roofs. Wasn't planning on using real paints today, but well, I can't say that. These were already on the desk. I was planning to use them. I was really debating whether I was going to do these as speed paints or not. All right, so that's the plan. Then I'll do the rim, but should I do the doors? So I have off-white. I don't know. Yeah, I really struggled with what I was going to do with the houses. I saw a couple different things online. I was like, oh, those look kind of cool. I think because I was like, oh, I'm not going to paint them like that. I didn't plan to do it that way. I was just going to do speed paints. And now I'm not. Should have put some water in here. Should have probably done 2 parts water. Now, the worst thing is because I'm not using my wet palette, I just made this color. It's the color I want. And it'll probably dry out before I get a chance to do it on those other houses. Or even this one, these ones base rings. I'm going to have to recreate the color. If I put a couple drops of water in it, it'll help preserve it. Probably not. All right, so so the orange. So I used this. I tried to use this for dry brushing, and it was like almost identical color, but I don't know. I mean, it really is. That's really close. So is that. I think I'm going to go with this. Yellow, yellow, yellow. Oh, khaki, that's what I was going to grab. I saw a color, and I remember I was out of a color, and I saw my refill for it, and it was in a drawer, and it was khaki. Right. Right, this time we'll a little bit of water. Ooh, that was green water. Oh well. Might have been a little bit too much green. I want to rinse this brush out. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. Alright, where's my... See if it messed up the color too much. I'll just test again. Yeah, it's slightly lighter. Where's that other yellow? I'll put a drop or two of this in it, and maybe it'll brighten it up. I don't think the green messed it up too much, so I think we just need some brightness. 1, 2. Again, same. I'm gonna have the same problem here, though. I didn't measure the first drops. I just squirted in there. Oh, Derek, I forgot to mention to you. I did watch we watched the first 2 episodes of the new Scrubs. It was actually really good. It was funny. It felt like, you know, old Scrubs. So. It's actually the second time I've mentioned that Scrubs in this episode, or in this stream. I forgot why I was talking about it earlier. Yeah, it's a little bit thinner. So these are those older Army Painter paints, and they are just thin. Their cover and consistency is nothing like the new Fanatics line. So I always have to do multiple coats usually with any of these. Which, I mean, I don't mind too much. I did get them for like 50% off, so they're about $1 a color. It's still annoying. Like, I don't know how they, like, if this is how bad their stuff was, my assumption is just people didn't know of anything better. So, like, wasn't a big deal and they just kept buying it. I don't, like, I don't know. All right. That's 1, 2, 3 of those. I forget, while I had the color, I probably should be doing the animales. All right, so who's who? So the wolves are those ones. All right, what do we got? Wolf, bison, wolf, bison, bear, bear, cut. Okay. So the wolves. So, question is, how do they have the designs on these? There's the wolf. So, it's like a swirly around the eyes. I actually am kind of just like, while these are nice looking, I'm kind of disappointed in these. I would have much preferred one of them in the style of D'Amico's art. D'Amico. One. Gotta do that twice. Okay, Breezy? Alright. One down. To a small degree, I get a break in between this and the roofs. So I do roofs and then I come and have to do a detail work. Fortunately, I didn't remember to do that after the first time, so I gotta do back-to-backs. Alright, two down. Who's yellow? Yellow is the cats. Cats. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Alright. Cats are a little bit weirder the way they did their design. They don't have a marking. That's kind of poo. I don't think this was the brush I was just using. Don't think so. Yeah, Bella's gonna bark. Alright, so Bella is now bathroomed. I am bathroomed. Everybody's bathroomed. That didn't take long. This the brush was starting to dry up. Yeah, so the wolf had like a little design on his back. The cat, not so much. Well, unless it's one of these weird, there's a weird rock shape on some of these spots. Well, Bella's still coughing. Luckily, her annual visit is coming up, so well, they can give us a clue why or something. Okay, so those are done. All right, now we can move on to the next roof, which is purple, purple, purple. Which we're just going with straight purple for our color. Those are so thick, like I never hear the ball bearings in them. So I never know like if they're actually shaken or if the ball bearings are just stuck down in the paint. But as hard as I was shaking that, there's no way that it's stuck down in the bottom. All right, big brush, big brush, big brush, big brush. All my purple ones here. So I remembered, I couldn't remember what I wanted to do. And then I remembered during the stream I mentioned about just painting over top of colors with speed paints. So those houses I was going to do with speed paints over top of the existing colors and see what happens, which the only color I really think I'm going to be doing is just the stuff on the side. So not much, actually. I meant to grab a brown when I came back. These ones. Oh no, I can, that's right. I was just going to paint the speed paint over these ones. It doesn't mean I need to touch those up. Plain on that. One part's going to be varnishing all this stuff. Had a paint on varnish. I guess it wouldn't be as bad, but I have a paint on varnish. Like minis are normal. I always have to varnish minis, but I've never had to varnish like flat things like those tokens. There's just so much with all these buildings. I know this darkens up, but it's scaring me right now. It's a lot lighter than I want. Yeah, this darkens quite a bit. It gets to this dark, which that does not look that dark. Okay. All right, that is that. All right. Purple is the bear. So the bear has, okay, so he's just kind of round his face. Yeah, that wasn't the one I was using because that's still got the whatchamacallit on it. Oh, see, this one's got a little circle on the back too. So now I don't know if that's actually supposed to be like a design or if that's just supposed to be, okay, it's a rock, but no, this one that definitely looks like a design. So we're gonna paint it in. And it's kind of weird. The wolves had like the symbol on the front and the back. The cats didn't seem to have a symbol at all. And these ones they only got it on the back. Stop falling down, bear. And these almost look like they're 3D printed instead of resin printed because these have like lines across them. And I didn't notice it until like now when I'm painting these lines and stuff at the top. Hey, look. And that they're made with a 3D printer, or just a regular MDF printer. Even this one, which is the exact same one as the one I just painted, like is a different shape on its back and different shape pedestal piece too. Like it's really thin in the back on this one. It's very weird. Mentioned at the very beginning that after I washed these, some of them were actually different colors after they were washed. So it's like different materials or something we used too. That is 3. Alright. Last one is rojo. Same thing, the red darkens up too, considerably compared to like what it's probably going to look like when I first start this. Yeah, so I don't see a... I mean, that could kind of be one, but it's not really. It's more of a... It's less of a swirly like the other ones and more of a... Just a chip out of it to be like hair. There's no way I'm going to get all this done tonight. Probably going to do the rest offline, so... Just get as much as we can. Yeah, so dry brush the tokens offline, definitely. These, maybe I'll do one of each just so I can see how they look and show on the channel, and then I think that's what we will have to call it quits on. Oops. There's more paint on my playmat than I care to have on at any given time. Again, that's why I have this mat down here instead of painting directly over my gaming table. Yeah, I'm gonna have to repaint around the outside. That red has run all over things. Oh, man. It's just a sign I'm getting tired. That's all. Actually, I haven't been streaming as long as I think I have. Because daylight savings time kicked in, didn't it? Technically lost an hour painting tonight. I have the same problem with the red on here that I always have with the red, and that's, of course, putting it over top of the gray. The gray kind of pops through just enough. But the red doesn't look vibrant red, although I guess I really don't want this to be a vibrant red. All right. Well, 1 red house, 2 red house, 3 red houses. Alright, so let's get these bison, and then let me paint one of each style and see if I like what I'm going to be doing. If I don't, then I'll have to figure out what are my next steps. Unfortunately, the bison, this is where I was saying the Miko's art would have been better because then it would match your characters. This looks nothing like a bison. So figuring out how I want to do this is going to be different. Got to do something on these. Forgot to put the runic wash, so I guess I'll be doing the runic wash over top, which I guess would be fine to make the paint kind of look like it's aged a little bit with the rock. Maybe. I might really mess up the yellow though. Dang it. I forgot a step. All right. I like the wolf. The wolf was like the best one to kind of do this, what I planned doing. Because it already had like kind of like notches at its like head. So I could just kind of follow the notches. The other ones are all slightly different. Alright, got those guys done. Alright, so we need our off-white and our brown again. Alright, so let's try just the wash one first. Right. Don't know if I like that or not. Oh yeah, might have been too dark. And some red. Turn yellow. Hmm. Still not sure about this. Oops. Don't forget the door. I feel like I'm gonna have to actually paint these. Yeah, I think I did the same. I think this was too dark. I don't know why I went with this one. Don't know why. Almost could have left them gray probably on the side and then just painted that front piece. Yeah, fan of how these are turning out. Again, I can just, as I did in the beginning of the video, I mentioned, you know, stripping the wash off of the other minis. It's usually the same way to reset your paint job. Just throw them in the cleaner and wait 24 hours. And what I might be able to do is dry brush this again with the, too much, dry brush this with the bone white. Maybe that'll bring it down a notch. Yeah, not ecstatic about that. So. Alright, so that's done too. Now these, I can't remember if I have ball bearings in. So I need to shoot water in and find out. Now the question is, if you got something bright like that and then you get the snow, would that offset the difference? Small problem. I ran out of this. I need to do the rest of them. I don't have it. I don't know. I don't know if a dry brush is going to help us or not. I feel like I'm just going to make it worse. I shouldn't have used that one. Yeah, I think I just went too dark. I don't think that's going to work for me. No, that's not good. Start menu doesn't work. So, which means I'll probably crash again. So it crashed the other night. Alright, well, I'm not going to figure out these houses today. That's just not going to happen this evening. I'm also going to have to probably remix colors. Again, don't know which one I prefer.